Ah, there we go. That should be much better. Anyway, Meowdy. I know exactly what happened. New mic. How's it sound? Friend recommended me this one. And my old mic has had occasional problems. I still have it around, and I can still use it if people prefer that one. Since the problems don't usually show up, it's mostly when I don't have my headphones on, which I do when I'm not streaming. Tends to pick up background noise of videos that I'm playing, but this mic seems to be better about that, and well, it's a little more compact. It has a nice look, and I really enjoy that I now have two mics, so I don't have to constantly move the mic around whenever I want to just chill out on the couch with my friends and a laptop. If anyone's curious, this is a Fifine mic. Specifically, the AM8 that was recommended to me. My old one was a Blue Yeti. Right. Okay. Sorry, just finishing something up. Let's continue. So once again, at this point, we're mostly just doing various salons and incidents as our main thing, as well as just sort of raising as many skills as we can. We've already got basically all our skills to the point that we need them to be in order to fill out the tree once we get access to Anbury and Lapidary. But I'm still willing to go. Right out. So, already had a salon this season, so let's start planning for the next one. Let me open up my salon tab. Alright, we have a bunch of stuff already cooked. We've had this King's Luck Pie for a while. King's Luck Pie is nice, because there's a lot of needs that it fulfills. Most notably, it fulfills Lantern. Which, the only people that really, do Lantern stuff in terms of liking to eat it are Douglas Moore, and Arthur Thomas Moore. Actually, I wonder. Maybe that should be the theme for the next one. I'm gonna pull together at least 5 of the people that we're planning on putting on in the Lighthouse Institute. So that's gonna be Strathcoyne, Blackwood, Peel, Douglas, and Thackeray, yes. So Strathcoyne will like the King's Luck Pie. Blackwood and Moore will like the King's Luck Pie. Thackeray likes the King's Luck Pie. Does Peel like the King's Luck Pie? No, he likes Moon. Peel is the only person who does not like the King's Luck Pie. Well, him and Morgan, but I currently only have 5 slots, so I can't invite Morgan yet. Pilchards on Toast will be our first course. Peel will like that one. And it would be spring, so would it be possible to have it out here? 1, 2... Some poire is for dessert. What can I use as a side dish for this setup? I always forget my side dishes. Well, I do have some potatoes here. Let's make some magnificent roast potatoes. And I'll add the apple charlotte as well. People's drinks will just have to be on their chairs. Or possibly the pilchards will have to be on someone's chair. So, 1 lantern beverage, 1 moon beverage, 1 forge beverage, 1 heart beverage. No, wait. No, one sky beverage. Okay, lantern, moon, sky, forge, and scale. Well, a lantern beverage is simple enough. That can just be the second flush of Assam. Similarly, the sky beverage can be Lapsang Souchong. Moon beverages. That's mostly just water. Forge beverage can probably be... Do we still have any of that Dawn Lion lying around? Lion around. Well, we have plenty... Oh, here it is. And a scale beverage. Oh, the Dawn Line coffee also has scale. That's something. But another possibility, if I want to keep this a non-alcoholic gathering, no, 2 cups of Dawn Lion should do it. And that should be good for that. I'll also take this moment to actually write the invitations. Okay. Could Anna politely explain to me why I am so heckin' bad at Into the Breach? Also, to be honest, I feel a little awkward about the other game night. I was just woken up like an hour before that, and I really needed to recover sleep. And my folks were giving me so many gifts it was overwhelming. I know what a terrible problem. But I did crash out, and I'm glad I took a break. I just feel like I put weird vibes in there. You were absolutely fine. You did not put any weird vibes at all. We went on to have an amazing game night. I know how that sounds. I don't want to imply that, oh, we had an amazing game night because you weren't there, idiot. No, it wasn't like that at all. There's no obligation, exactly. Like, the only time that someone not being available for a game is truly a big problem is if that brings us down to below the minimum number for the planned game. And even then, we can just switch games. I have games that are available for any number of players, and I can always switch. Heck, I have one-player games in case everyone dips on me. That's fine. It's understandable. You all have your own lives, and you all have your own things. Listen, nobody likes hearing a person crash out at their mom for giving them food, Don't worry about. Listen, you know what? We didn't know what it was. We didn't know the context. The fact that you're telling me the context now is the only reason I know that that's what happened. You don't need to be. You don't need to feel bad for having reactions to stuff in your own life. It's completely understandable. And I don't want you to feel bad about it. If you feel bad about it, I'm gonna feel bad about it. Yeah, no problem. Um, I'm just, yeah. Whenever you feel, ready to hop in on a board game, you are always welcome. Like, listen, here's another thing, right? Even if it were a problem, I was VP of a college board game club. Do you know how many problems I've had to deal with? This doesn't even hit the top 10 of most problematic things that I've had to deal with in terms of board games. I am used to it. It is fine. Do not feel bad. College board game. Scheduling wasn't usually the problem because we had a consistent night every week, which is kind of what I'm trying to do with the board game streams. The Saturday Monday split was mainly just to accommodate for different people's schedules, which is something that the board game club at college we never actually did because it was expected that, if you signed up for the board game club that meets every Saturday, then you're gonna be there every Saturday. Actually, it was Sunday. That meets every Sunday. You're gonna be there every Sunday, or you're going to miss or you're gonna be there some Sundays. That's also fine. If you miss every single Sunday, well, you can still be in the club, but we're not really sure why you're here. Like, we're not gonna kick you out, but question mark? But no, the problems usually were cases of, like, people being wishy-washy about what games they wanted to play, people not understanding that it was a board games club and not a gaming club. So many people wanted us to include, to merge it with like some sort of video gaming club. And we got very tired of explaining why that would be a problem because, like, it's one of those cases where if it's a board games and video games club, no one's gonna play the board games. Make your own club. We do not have to be everything to everyone. Sorry, I'm venting about the board game club. But yeah, it was problematic in a lot of ways. But I do think it was a really good experience. And the thing is, right, I went into college knowing that I liked board games a little bit. Like, I played Arkham Horror, I played Cosmic Encounter. Those are the main ones that I liked, and then I got involved in the board game club, and that's when it went from, this is one hobby I have, to, like, this is my main hobby. If I wasn't in the board game club, I wouldn't have thought to make board gaming a huge part of my streaming presence, like, 5 years later. They're so good. Let me tell you actually a little bit about the board game club because there was something that was very interesting about it. The faculty advisor was a computer science professor. I'm not going to say his actual name because that information could lead to, people tracking down my real life identity. So let's call him Shane. Shane McDonald. His name is Shane McDonald. So, Shane was a CS professor with the most massive board game collection you've ever seen. And the thing about Shane that was so interesting and why he was the faculty advisor for the board game club is that he considered board games to be one of the best ways to study the concept of algorithms. Which, if you don't know, a lot of people think of the word algorithm, and I've probably talked about this before, but they think of it as a computer thing, right? Oh, algorithms are like programming language stuff. An algorithm is just a step-by-step solution to a problem. That thing in school where they made you write down the exact step-by-step instructions for how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, technically an algorithm. The idea is that an algorithm should be complete enough so that the end user has to provide the absolute minimum possible amount of additional assumptions or information. And it's understand algorithms as a mathematical paths towards a result. Also true. That's basically what they are mathematically speaking. In computer science, there's a more general terminology of algorithms. They don't have to be technically mathematical. They can be any, like, instructional sequence. So board games, especially board games that have rudimentary artificial intelligence, like Roots, mechanical character boards that act as AI stand-ins for actual players. And I'm using AI the proper way here, not the current generative bullshit. I'm talking about actual artificial intelligence and an imitation of a human being through algorithms. Which isn't possible on the level that people really want it to be. It's not possible in, like, a sci-fi level. But if we're talking about in the very rigid framework of, like, playing a board game, it's absolutely possible to mimic a human. At least well enough to make for an interesting game. And that's what Root is. Or at least that's what Root's mechanical boards are. They have a small randomization mechanic, which is that you draw a card from the deck at the beginning of each turn, and then, depending on what card you drew, you follow a complex set of instructions on the board to map out what a player turn could look like. Now, it's still relatively random, and sometimes the AI will make absolutely boneheaded decisions. But the thing is that sometimes humans also make boneheaded decisions. So it's not that much of a problem. And, like, that was Shane's entire thing. And the reason that he was part of this is that because he was studying all these board games and was an avid board game player himself, he also was sponsoring the club. And I remember, he and I had a really good relationship. I actually, because of the club, ended up taking some of his classes and getting an interest in programming, which eventually led to me working on some RPG Maker projects and stuff. That's still ongoing, and I might actually post some of that in the Discord if I get to it, along with my writing projects. That might be something if people are interested in some of the other creative stuff I do outside of streaming. That might be something cool to add. I have a lot of things that I want to do with the community that not all of them directly involve Twitch streaming. Like, I really like reading books to people. That's something I absolutely adore. Like, being essentially a living audiobook. But the thing is that you can't do that on Twitch, because you run into, like, the most copyright restrictions in the world. I would love to be able to read, like, I don't know, the Discworld novels that I love to people, but can't do that on Twitch. So I was thinking about, like, doing that on the Discord somehow, you know? Basically, I think I mentioned this before, I have a bad memory, having a voice channel, right, where the idea is anyone can join, but I'm the only one who's allowed to speak, though there should be a text channel to imitate a chat. And hello, Vippy. And the idea would be that, you know, I would read a book for story time purposes. And that would just be a fun side thing that since I'm doing it privately on Discord, that's not any kind of copyright violation. I'm just reading a book to my friends. Anywho. Where was I? Right. There's Peel. And Strathcoin. But yeah, no, the board game club, and generally my college experience in general, was really, really important to me, and it's shaped a lot of what I've done since. What I've wanted to do since. There's Douglas. And Serena Blackwood should be the last one. Oh, there was even more Dawnline coffee there. I just grew up playing Catan with extended family. I had a math teacher, aunt, and an interest in game theory after watching Beautiful Minds. I have not seen Beautiful Minds, no. I did actually write a paper in, I think it was middle school, on game theory because of the offered topics that seemed the most interesting. And I have retained an interest in broader game theory, although my interest in board games comes from both the study of algorithms and a more general interest in ludonarrative and how we tell stories through action. Like, that's the appeal to me, is the storytelling aspect in a lot of cases. Though I do enjoy strategy. Russell Crowe plays a dude with mad patternicity that helps with math and social structure, but it leads to schizophrenia and paranoid delusions. Considering how I see you play Vandal, that seems like inconsistent for you. Yeah, story is the biggest thing for me, always. I was once told by someone who was reading some of my writing, and who had also seen how I comment my code, that my approaches to, as both a, like, CS person and a writer bleed through, because apparently I have really personable and funny, like, comments in my code that kind of tell stories. Meanwhile, the way I write is very, okay. I basically see every individual thing, like, sentence that I put down is like, this is what this sentence is supposed to do. This is what this indicates for the reader. You're supposed to be able to, like, infer this and this and this from that, and it all kind of works together as a big, like, a big algorithm, in a way. And I had never thought of it that way, but this friend, like, pointed out that part of my own writing to me, and I was like, huh, I guess I do that, huh? Very pointed and purposeful style. Yeah, like, I'm basically always conveying some fact to the audience. Not direct, but unwasted effort. Yeah, I don't like wasting sentences. If a sentence doesn't really have a purpose, and this does tend to make my writing a little bit skeletal sometimes, which I am trying to work on. But yeah, I don't like writing things that don't seem to have a purpose to why they're there. Oh, right, it was a stormy day. Anything I can do with this? I guess, Sure, why not? Uh-oh. Didn't mean to do that. Need to get rid of this before it takes up too much space. Oh, there's my DoorDash. Be right back. I'm back. Hello. Sorry about that. Alright, cloudy day. That could be... You know what? Let's keep it very simple. Alright, we are basically out of flour. So... there's that one. I feel like I'm gonna get to the next Numa before I actually find a better use for any of this random rose stuff. Plus, we can make infinite occult scraps now that we have that newspaper. So... Oh, wait, I don't have the... Shit. Wait! I do. Never mind. Moon. Moon to the rescue. Oh, hold on a moment. Sorry about that, everybody. I just realized I don't actually have shield mode back on. There we go. Let's see, how do I manually ban these? Give me a second. There we go. Shouldn't be a problem now. I forgot, I had to turn off shield mode to do that collaboration with Copper the other day. And I forgot to turn it back on. Alrighty. And... send it. I remember a thing. Right, yeah. Right. I called it. I predicted this. I did say, oh, I'm just gonna use these because I don't think I'm gonna find a real use for them before the next Numa. Okay. There's a lot of stuff that's about to happen. Okay. Let's see. It is hailing, so we have that. Honestly, I'm just gonna pretty much, start grabbing herbs and infusions. We're gonna... Hail plus Invincible Audacity I could use, potentially, as part of an Edict's Martial thing, but that would rely on me being able to get a lesson. Oh, right! It's Numa. I forgot. I can just, use solutions and separations for that, huh? Meanwhile, Mist-Kissed Water. Gather in Numa. gonna skip out on getting more Pyrrhus Orichalconus. It's not hard to get this really any time of year. I might get one, but eh. Yeah. Now, I can't use this one since I'm going to be increasing it in a minute, but... Stone stories should do. Anything else that I can only do in Numa? I don't think so. Oh, right, the Numa Broom. There's the yearly stipend. Here we go. Spencer's here. Spencer has been a number of things. Journalist, private detective, priest, suppression bureau, irregular. He's still a number of things. That might not be a problem. He's disinclined to speak. He hopes to visit the Rowanarium beneath Hush House, to pass through it, to go out somewhere. No, I don't have all of the books read yet. Take him to the Romanarium, or refuse entry by returning to the Endless Guest Note. Note that Spencer arrives with Numa, but he will lurk in the Cornish mists even after Numa is over until you resolve his business. Let's see. These are books that I still need to read. Twin Serpent Tantra, Gospel of Nicodemus, The Burning Woman, The Dream of the Conspiracy of the Lower Skies, A Shape in Smoke, and Snare of the Tree, Collected Proverbs of Aunt Mopsy. I am keeping some of these, like Shape in Smoke and Burning Woman, because we'll need them for Anbury and Lapidary eventually. And I want those lessons to persist even if, no matter how many Numas we go through. I think that Gospel of Nicodemus, yeah, I think that adds Sky as well. So anything that has Sky or Forge in a lesson I want to keep around and not read just yet. But Dream of the Conspiracy of the Lower Skies, I don't think is anything particularly important. Nor is... Nope, Applebright Euphonies is Sky. So really, it's just Twin Serpent Tantra and Dream of the Conspiracy of the Lower Skies. Those we can read anytime. There's also some books up here that are completely unread. We have one more Solar Gothic. Or no, wait. Wait, I might be dumb. Hold on. Did I? No, okay, it is Sacra Solis Invicti. I thought so. This one is Menescate Reflections, which does have Forge. How the End Will Begin is Ragged Crossroads. That one we can read. Echo of Silence is Sacra Limie. That's... something we want to save. Observations on the Peacock Door is Sickle and Eclipse. Which is fine to read. Voyages of Fernician of Oriol is Sea Stories, and that one is fine to read. So all those are fine to read. Let's put the ones that we're saving in here. for now. And as for these ones, these are the only two others. We've got Serpents and Venoms, that one's safe. And the Book of Dissolution, that one we want to save. Any of these by Nina Lagash. She is in Traveling at Night, and I gotta do research vicariously through you. Okay, this one is Aunt Mopsy. This one is Alexander Probst. Shape and Smoke is Westcott. Burning Woman is Menander the Victor. Gospel of Nicodemus is apocryphal. Echo of Silence is The Serenity. Book of the True Blood is Cassius the Thoman. Ningala of Lagash. That the person you're looking for? Let's see, that'll be Sickle and Eclipse, which, yeah, that should be fine. I'll put that on the burner. Okay. The question is, can we get it all working? Oh, with the Numa Broom, very likely. Alright, it's Vac. Our best moon is right now Serpents and Venoms. I need a thing that actually lets me put in moon. That would be, okay, Ava Desk. We'll be using Trist. Oh, that's enough. I don't even need a memory. Yeehaw. There's also the matter of Spencer Hobson. Let me make a quick save here. Just to make sure, but I think that we're safe. Spencer stands before the skeleton center of the room, feet planted firmly, fingers writhing a restless nest. The Baldemarian and I, he confides, would argue about what was real and what was not. Bodies, ours, souls, the Mansus, nowhere. I suggested that reality, his hands writhe, was something more like proximity. To be more real might mean to pass further, but further in one direction would be more distant in another. Closer to one real, closer to another absence. She disagreed, but then later she became the Baldemarian. Thank you, Harold. Will you leave me here to go out? This will take a whole day and night. Interesting! Really interesting, actually, because that is the exact language that I've used to describe my my views on Ys in the past, that Ys isn't real, but there are times and places where it's more not real. So, like, let's say that we gave the non-existence level of Ys a ranking from 0 to 10, right? 0 means that it undoubtedly exists, and 10 means it definitely doesn't exist. So in most places and times, Ys is a 10. But it goes down to, like, in the North Atlantic, Ys's non-existence factor goes down to maybe a 3 or so. And if it's in Numa, it goes down another 2 or so points to become 1. So, like, it still technically doesn't exist, but it's very close to existing in the right time and place, that being Numa in the North Atlantic. Oh, who's gonna... Cosley! Hi! Magus Winterlong, controversial philosopher. For an immortal exalted by... also being close to nowhere might make it more real for you, like relative velocity. Yeah. For an immortal exalted by an hour of silence, especially one who might be dead, he has had a great deal to say for himself over the years. If Solomon is gone, if Solomon remains. Facile chatter about balance and harmony. No time for that at all. But as the other mage said, when a thing is kept too long from its opposite, there will always be voids in my understanding. To seek to fill them all, that would be to submit to eternity. But I haunt the questions which remain as a ghost haunts a much-loved. Okay, so 7 moon is what you want. The Malachite supplications should be good. My arrogance fought to overthrow necessity. I will not say my time was wasted. No blow struck against tyranny is wasted. But only when I saw... Cosley is loved. He works around the gaps in his knowledge because that is the best way to engage Calyptra. Ah, neat. Okay. I like the idea of concepts only recognized by their absence. Not everything needs to be a thing. Yeah, it makes sense for this. Solutions and separations was Knock and Moth. Okay. Many-faceted lessons. We have 10 to get through, but we don't need to use every single one of them. So let's start with that herbs and infusions. Earth sign, scent, cheerful ditty. Boom. Actually, I'll do it this way. Wait, now. No, it's better to do it this way. Okay. So then... we get another earth sign. Another cheerful ditty. And... another impulse. Okay. Then the next one will be solutions and separations with literally anything. Or not literally anything. A knocker moth. Didymos has knock. We'll use that. But then we'll have to get some more, so... adding just verse. For a pattern. In Gospel of Zacchaeus. Then after that, got 2 levels there, and then we also have the upcoming Nectar one. I will also take a moment, because I have a feeling it might be necessary, to throw a seashell back in the sea. Right. Ninigala of Lagash discusses the Peacock Door, the highest door available to mortals in the Mansus. A rent, an imperfection, an abrasion. Notably, the book is written in Vac, which by some accounts is another aspect of the Peacock Door itself. Ninigala addresses this by apologizing courteously to the door and the language at the end of every section. We have a Scaptodon Fang. Contraband Jetsam. Let me just, Right. Still just phosphorescent scrapings. I keep forgetting that gathering at these spots in Numa doesn't really give you that much. We do get Tanglebrag from here, which is something. Galaphatus. Galaphatus. Moly. And Moly. I'll spend one more health on Moragave and then leave that be. Got some Mist-Kissed water. And just beeswax. I have way too much beeswax. Oh, actually. Putting solutions and separations back in. Probably wants these two now. Okay. 2, 3, 4. These are the ones that are for lessen insects' nectars. We have 3 existing edge ones, which we can use on Edict's Marshal. So, 1 lesson of many facets goes to Invincible Audacity, Loss, and Hail. Numa Broom, if we repeat basically what we just did... Or wait, okay. Just verse. And Stolen Secret. Then we'll also be able to use another one to get solutions and separations right back up to where it was. Which should leave us with a total of 5 more to get through, because we're also going to get some, don't know how many, from oh, we'll know in about 1 second. The Peacock Door did not exist, Ninigala says, in the days when the gods from stone entered the Mansus. Right, because language didn't exist back then. They used the Fanged Key to open the Savage Door, a door not usually available to mortals. Speech, as the initiates of Kyone would have it, is a wound. I fear that through that wound, the blood of the Mansus flows even now, and that one day speech will be an end to dream. I fear that, but I fear the alternative far more. 2 Cyclone Eclipse, and it has a contradiction memory. Alrighty. Observations on the Peacock Door goes under contradictions. You can actually use this for these. Ah, and if we use memory loss again, if I swap out the Invincible Audacity here, loss, then we should be able to make 2 more pretty easy. Let's reread Medusa's Lament. And towards cleansing. Then I'm also going to craft one Bittersweet Certainty out of Ragged Crossroads. Grab a Revelation. Foresight off of Vinzant Inscriptions. And Lady Ava's Repose. Free Earth Sign, Rose Pearls, and of course, Agave. Alrighty, now Edict's Marshal. One, two, and Numa Broom makes 3. the earth sign can do scales, so... To a pale lady. For moon. Right, that's fear. Another one of those. That's towards cleansing. That's already 3 for Sickle and Eclipse. Or not Sickle and Eclipse, for the other thing. I'm gonna go ahead, because I think I need it no matter what. Grab another contradiction. Yeah, right, loss was the other one. That's what it was. So the contradiction will be for the other thing. Okay. Edict's Marshal is in. And 3 lessons of many faces left. Or facets left. Which, honestly... Actually, 2 left because we're gonna get that... Or no, wait. Right. There's that thing. 3 left, we could just use that on something. Possibly, like... Maybe Hill and Hollow. I will add another scale thing. Now, Just that one. All right. There we go. Whew. This is probably the most chill Numa we've had so far. I'm now better at Edict's Marshal. We have another Scaptodon Fang, some mackerel. I'm not chill. Had to get a dancing dude out of our parking garage entrance. Oh god, I'm so sorry. But I'm full of love. That's always good. You know what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Something with moon and scale. Unfortunately, that's the biggest one there. Actually, Moon Edge. What if we just took the scale stuff? Added this, and then brought it up to 5. And if we go ahead... If we add Knock, Winter, or Edge to something that has scale. How's my day been? My day's been pretty good. One moment. What if we take out the scale and put Moon in? Because there tends to be a lot more stuff with Moon. That gets us another Edict's Liminal. We'll miss out on using that Savage Hymn and Earth Sign, but not like we're losing out on much there. We can make those anytime we want. Okay. Edict's Marshal. Excited for new season Salon. Yeah. It'll give us an idea kind of how our Lighthouse Institute really works. You know? Also, to talk more about my day, because I understand I was focused at the time, I actually, I've been playing Deadlock a lot recently. That's the new Valve MOBA shooter thingy. It's really fun. Um, I played my first ever game against actual people, and we did lose because one of the players in our team disconnected really early into the match, so it was 5 against 6 the entire time. I still did really well. I got MVP for my entire team, basically. I was the third best player overall, according to the end results screen. Not bad for a first time, on a character that isn't even my strongest character from bot matches, Paradox, who is great. If you don't know, Paradox is like she's a member of this crime organization that all go by the name Paradox and hide their faces, and all we know about her herself is that she's definitely Scottish. Soldier Snack. Yeah, my characters are Viper, obviously. She's like a lizard woman who is an absolute disaster of a human being. Mina, who is a really obnoxious vampire lady that everyone hates. And Paradox herself. I also play a little bit of Wraith, who is a cool gambler lady that throws cards at people. You know what? Hold on a second. I'm gonna take one more shot at the bees. Not the bees! Hi, Copper! Alright, current affairs. What is our next incident? Oh, wait. No, wait, yes. What is our next incident? We get our silver Spintria for free because we use metal. Spencer is gone, so thankfully are any passengers he still carried. His absence is a notable acuteness. The Rowanarium now admits knock intentions and also provides knock aspect. Acknowledge Spencer's passing. We would like to believe that Spencer passed through the Rowanarium into one of this liminal, nearly realities beyond the Mansus and the Bounds, nowhere or East or the lower skies or the House of the Moon. We would like to believe that he did so to honor his last responsibilities, and that the change in the Rowanarium is in the nature of a valedictory blessing. Ah, Spencer has been dispensed. Nearly realities beyond the Mansus and the Bounds. That is an interesting note, that the lower skies are considered one of the nearly realities on the same level as Nowhere or East or the House of the Moon. Hello, Shadow! Welcome, welcome, welcome. The lower skies I had always kind of assumed are literally the lower skies, but I guess not. I guess that it more metaphorically refers to the skies where the members of the Roost fly. Got a wind rumor. And a shell. No. No, thank you. Whew. You know, we could probably be funny. The lower skies is the lowest the aviform hours go, speaking of proximity. Yeah, that makes sense. Messenger's casket. Okay. Coquille, Daymare, Connie, Peel, Southie, and Zach. Oh god, this is going to be a complicated one. Okay, let me read over this. Daymare, Zachary, and Coquille are the important ones. Huh. Hello, Paint. Hi, hi, hi. Okay, so what the heck is even going on here? Okay, so this is complicated. So, if I understand this correctly, this is going to potentially upgrade the Columbic sarcophagus, which currently admits Moth and Winter. I can get Mikhail in chains, or Mihail in glory? Oh, I see. Yeah, the Chancel Shrine is the other one. Okay. So if it's Mihail in chains, both of them will do effectively the same thing and add Forge and Lantern. Forge and Lantern to the sarcophagus. That makes Forge, Lantern, Moth, and Winter. Versus the Chancel Shrine. So if I do the Chancel Shrine, which I do tend to lean towards letting things free and not keeping them all locked up. What will I be missing out on? The Columbic Sarcophagus, aside from the standards, has extra element of the soul, remains, and omen. Memory, remains, and pigment. So remains and pigment would be the big ones there. Whereas this one takes a lot of stuff, including pigment. So the pigment's fine either way. It's literally just like, okay, in terms of remains, do we want to add Forge and Lantern in terms of remains? And the thing is, right, I'm not sure how many remains are even Forge or Lantern aligned. Let me check that, but... yeah, no, looking through every single type of remains in the game, there aren't any that have any Forge or Lantern whatsoever. So, I'm going for Mihail in glory, I think. Let me just make sure I know how to do that. So, let's say I assist Princess Coquille. Basically, the trick is, throughout the whole thing, that in order to get access to Mihail in glory, yeah, assisting Daymare gives us Mihail in chains, and we want Mihail in glory, so we have to explicitly not assist Daymare. That's the trick. Right. In a hidden fold of the mountains above the city of Cluj lies the enigmatic relic they call Saint Mihail's coffin. Decades of patient work have finally breached its outer shell. Knew a gal in Cluj-Napoca back in the day. Lovely gardens. St. Mihal's coffin. Got an idea what St. Mihal might be. Don't think we want him getting out. Don't think so at all. Need to look up some seals and things. Seals. Well, I don't think I have any books on seals, sorry to say. Here's an Exorcist's Field Manual. Ah, a Hive's Lament. Now, sorry, Miss Daymare, but I do have a salon to get to. Actually, real quick, let's just see what she has to say if you do help her. Oh, already consulted that one. Jolly good. Enough names scorching up the place, what? More than enough. Pip pip. Here goes. Okay, here we go. Mr. Strathcoin. Dr. Blackwood. Mr. Fekri. D.I. Moore. And Dr. Pugh. Adding core. Douglas and Serena discuss a shared, concealed, but evidently profound passion for knitting. Douglas, if you tell anyone outside this room, I'll have you locked up. Serena, if you tell anyone outside this room, I'll give King Crucible your address. I'm sorry, Doug, but I think in terms of, like, threats there, Serena wins. Not to worry. Nice to get a bit of sea air. least she's polite about it. Faust. Aeson gives Arun practical advice on the preservation and protection of those parts of Arun that are no longer protected and preserved by skin. Add core. Serena and Fraser speculate about Bisclavrets, the werewolves of Broceliande. Broceliande. Serena proposes connections both to Ys and to families like the Ravelines who labor under a beast curse. Oh, they do. She cuts Fraser's response off impatiently. Not everything has to be about the Carapace cross, you know. God, Fraser is obsessed. Add Faust. Serena and Aeson speak of the shrouded rites of the Church Solar, the ones forbidden to the public, who still largely think of the hours as fables or god masks. Fraser is going to be so stoked to be invited to this Curia. Yeah. More Faust. They really like Core and Faust. Serena and Arun debate the best and the safest lighting conditions in which to read text recorded in Inks of Revelation. One, two. Sky and sky. I don't think there's anything that's sky and edge. Applebright Euphonies is sky and grail, though. So, if we put these things together. We would just need 2 more. That's probably doable. Okay. Let me think about this. Weaving and not working with rain. Hive's Lament. Shellcrossed whist with Derashilquerque. I'm back. Had to help Copper fix his stream because he was muted like you were earlier. Oh dear. It's time to go back to our roots and actually increase surgeries and exsanguinations, I think. And that's 3 of those done. Or 4, I think? Yeah, 4. Sacra Solis Invicti, maybe? Right. Letters to my successor for a revelation. Opus Magnum Cerulum for foresight. Throw phosphorescent scrapings into the fire for sight. That's 3. And then that should do it. What do we got today? A Doran Wallbook, The Grand Passage of the Hours. Alright, sure. Ah, of course. I'm forgetting something. Okay. So as it looks like as long as we don't assist Daymare, we should be good to just kind of do whatever here and assist everyone else. So that's gonna be Coquille, Connie, Peel, Southie, Wakefield. Okay. Grand Passage of the Hours. Hello, Dr. Peel. Right. I have to talk to you about this messenger's casket nonsense. Who was the watchman when the light went out? In the dark. No, it only works in VAC. This thing in St. Mihail's coffin. It'll get out, no doubt of it. That's its nature. Inevitable as breakfast. But what's interesting to me is where it might choose to hide once it's out. Ooh, interesting. Here, Valentine DeWolf might have had relevant dreams. Let's see. Inevitable as breakfast. I stand by the maxim. After one sleeps, one eats, or one is eaten. And of course, it is pleasant to sleep after eating, and very pleasant to sleep after being eaten. One never knows exactly what will happen in the end, eh, librarian? Only what has happened before. Peak Aaronism. Yeah. Dr. Southey. Hello there, got a moment? St. Mihail's coffin is all the gossip, but I'm here about a different saint. St. Columba of the Dove. There's a story that his coffin is here at Brankrug, one of the treasures of the house. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask about that. I respect the house's secrets, but I would like to know more about why he might have been brought here. St. Columba of the Dove. Columbic sarcophagus, yep. That's him. Right, yeah, the St. Columba must have been Rowena's brother. Right. You've read Black Nephrite. You can't read Phrygian. Always the tide. I used to hear that growing up when my mother thought I wasn't listening. Always the tide. Thank you, librarian. So yeah, basically the idea here, right, is that Rowena and Columba are Yvette's, like, great ancestors. So they started things on Brankrug. And while there was a time when the Sisterhood of the Knot, and then later the Church of the Unconquered Sun were on the island, it then passed down to the DeWolves, who were descendants of, Columna and Rowena. Yeah, or sorry, Columba and Rowena, yeah. Columba and Rowena. And then the DeWolves went all the way through. Then Ava DeWolf was the last one. There was the curse, but the line lives on, and Dr. Southey is the most recent one. Now. Librarian, I'm here on bureau business. Why does everyone always want to open everything? The Bureau can't get involved that far east and the locals haven't requested our help, but something smells familiar about this one. I want to be ready if it comes west. Peaconism, yeah. Well, here's an Exorcist's Field Manual. Something that carries fire in darkness, something that can leave a place it never entered, something that no one will let alone. That sounds like a name of the Chandler. These things shouldn't even exist, and now this year I've heard of 2 at least. Keep this between us, librarian. Thank you. I see, so Mihail is a name of the Chandler, which probably means I shouldn't be helping it. Because we are going to be opposing the Chandler eventually. But I don't know. I feel like things have a these kinds of things have a right to exist before we attack them for it, in a way. Oh god, that makes it sound like I'm anti-abortion. No, I am pro-abortion, broadly speaking, but I'm also not really in the matter of that one very specific fictional thing of, like, should we kill baby dictators? Right. Anna is unwoke, confirmed. No! Darling, hello, I have the teensiest favor to ask. St. Mihail's coffin. I hope it's not actually a coffin. It'd be a terrible shame to get in there and find it full of expired saint. I have rather a knack for getting into things. I just need to see if any of this has been tried before. Okay. I've already shown you Traveling at Night, Volume 3. But I have not shown you The Raptures of Forcules, because you can't read Latin. The Treatise on Underplaces. This should have something for you. A wonderful idea. You can tell me how clever I am if you fancy. People do. Thank you, darling. God, I love Coquille. And finally, Zack. Librarian, I can see you. It was open once before, when they locked him away. I know the key. I only need its name. The elations of Limentinus should help. This is another time. That was the first time. Alrighty. Well. Now. Should be time for another salon sometime soon. Oh, wait. This is a potential Anburian lapidary book. Coquille, Corso, Morgan... How about Coquille, Corso, Morgan, and Agadistus? Along with maybe Timmy. That sounds good to me. There's Coquille and Agadistus. Corso wants a lantern, obviously. Oh, I am just slightly off. All right. Foods. Well, an apple pie for dessert looks like it'll satisfy the Grail people, as will basically anything here. The tricky parts are pretty much gonna be, Sky. Yeah, it's just gonna be the Sky thing. Wait a second, let me check something. Oh, I see. Okay. Pretty much every single Sky dish in the entire game somehow involves an egg or a bird. It's always things with pheasants or with eggs. Except, you know what? I want to make this. I can make one of the few sky dishes that doesn't involve an egg. I think. So, what we would need is dough. Which I most definitely have the makings of. You know what? A certain souffle? Yes, that's the one. I have plenty of its ingredients after all. As for drinks, aren't that many sky beverages, exactly. There's Blue Crown Tea and there's Lapsang Souchong. I already have some Lapsang Souchong, so we're going to go with that one. But this one, for this party, I think we will be serving alcohol. I know we have a glass of Domaine Raveline somewhere around here. I've seen it multiple times. Just a single wine glass lying around. but I don't remember where. We do have a spare glass of Armagnac d'Is. Let's try, let's try passing our shapes and colors. You know, when he was going through the Rowanarium to do whatever he did, do you think that Spencer commented on the turtles? Spencer loves the turtles. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I should probably be checking for things that are... 1 second. Intoxicating, specifically. Because that'll narrow it down.
I really could have sworn that there was a glass of. And the frustrating thing is, I know that the second I say, it's not worth it, and break out a new bottle, there it is, motherfucker. There you are. And heart. What beverages have heart? Schloss Jannings has heart. And for our main dish, yeah, that was the plan. All right. So first off, let's go ahead and add dough, spicing, and here's a new idea, because this has been taking up way too much space. A pumpkin pie. Actually, a grape salad might be better than a ham and cheese toasty for this kind of meal. And over here, we add Agolophytus to make Agolophytus souffle. Take a pound of pumpkin and slice it, a handful of thyme, a little rosemary, and sweet marjoram stripped off the stalks. Chop them small, then take cinnamon, nutmeg, pepper, and a few cloves, all beaten. Hannah Woolley, a gentlewoman's companion. So this can be both a main course and a pudding. This thing's definitely a pudding. One of the most deliciously melting incarnations of occult power ever contrived. Alright, we would need one more thing. What would be a side dish that complements all of this? Unless, hold on. I'm gonna just skip out on the villager. Just have 4 people. Right, Messenger's casket is concluded. And we can just get started with that right away. We have quite the picnic for you all today. We have some homemade pumpkin pie, poiris, agalophila souffle, and a grape salad. All in the lovely. This is the. Is that the? That's the Physic Garden, I think. Yeah, all in the lovely Hush House Physic Garden. And, if you wish it, you will be served alcohol. I know that we've been doing mostly, non-intoxicating beverages for the last few salons, but with the company here, I figured it would be appropriate. Shapt. Hokebald's coming over. Ugh. Well, he is not invited to the picnic. Morgan and Agdistis discuss the folk songs of Umbria and their connection to the twins. It transpires they both met Christopher Illopoli during his year in Italy as a young man. Morgan wonders where he might be, and Agdistis blurts out impulsively, "Stay away from him!" He immediately blanches at his own boldness, but Morgan seems entertained. Ah, Pete. Take a moment to, We love Agdistis. Yeah, we do. Yes, yes, Hokebald. This is what you call summer. Pathetic. Don't make me stand around out here. Yeah, whatever. Here, I guess you can read the Sunset Passages. Hope you can read Latin, because I don't give a shit. Corso banters with Morgan about the actual composition of her fabled Key of Black Sapphire, which she insists is metaphorically glass, and which he suggests is a stained glass window somewhere quiet. Ooh. Interesting. There's Shapt. Aegis and Coquille are chatting about opera. He prefers German, she Italian. Metal. This is a delightful salon. It is, isn't it? Corso has read conflicting accounts of traditional means of mixing the sacrament calcite. He asks Morgan, as an ambassadress of the Grail, for her opinions. She objects to the characterization. Ambassadress of the Witch, perhaps, on a clear night at least, but does share her clearly informed opinions. Corso and Morgan are good together. He's the type of lantern gnome that is easy to create shadows with. Yeah. And that's that. Wow, Coquille didn't even talk once during that entire salon. Girl was going at it. She's like, if I talk at all, I will miss out on this Agolophatus souffle. Okay. Sights and sensations. Oh, I am being watered and stretched. And long Thank you for the care package, Rippy. By the way, I mentioned earlier that this new mic was recommended to me by a friend. Well, Itty Blipbot here is the friend. Blipbot is loved. Yes! Absolutely. Oh, hello. There we go. Okay. Go, and finally... bells and braceries. Bingo. We are just getting way, way better at all of our skills. The non-languages in the lower echelons are basically, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. There's only 16 non-language skills that are lower than 6. We are an extremely knowledgeable librarian. Right. Oh, and Anburian Lapidary. You're right. Absolutely. Oh, right. We got Contraband Jetsam. Let's open that. A box of rarities. Okay. I do, in fact, have newspaper already. It's right over here. It's a Deer Day lens. All right. know what? Wait, did I? Oh my god, I marked up beef before. Okay, we're gonna have beef for a long time. I don't know. Let's order some pheasant. Deores 3. I had better start making some room for all the stuff I'm ordering. I'll find something to do with these blackberries. Put the pheasant here. I think really the only thing... Oh, blackberries on their own actually potentially are a first course. Are you saying black bears have their own Ys? Or their own Ys? Yes, black bear Ys. 1 second, I have a salad here and no fork to eat it. I'll be right back. rest of the season isn't going to be particularly exciting. Oh, right. That said, Disciplines of the Scar. This is a pretty easy book, so yeah, it should be pretty safe to read. I'll go ahead and do that. Just to flex, honestly, Kokil, hello! Welcome back. Notice you're a bit quiet in Lassalon. I assume it's because the messenger's casket business was weighing on your mind. How'd that go, by the way? Yes, indeed. I was able to free the messenger. I'm told he's grateful that Hush House decided not to assist that von Nagelsberg woman in keeping him imprisoned. Here's a sign of his gratitude. Perhaps if you haven't altered the chancel, you should place it there. So, Kokil now has Sympathy Chandler. So she might be a problem in the future, possibly, but who knows. The messenger is free of his casket. His image is seen in photographs, in paintings, even in mirrors now, and in a depiction that was committed to my care. Now, just to be exceedingly safe, let's take a look here. Mihail serves one who will profit by their endeavors. And it gives me a revelation. Right. Shrine the Chancel. Represent Mihail on the chancel altar. I acknowledge the Chandler as legitimate, even if I oppose. Perhaps Mihail the Messenger will be the one to carry a kindling candle to the city unbuilt. Certainly he has not yet been extinguished. Oh, right. It's a contradiction book, apparently. This is usually described as the third volume of De Oris, but Darcy Evers Forward argues persuasively that it's a substantial reworking by the original author. The Lionsmith makes monsters, the Colonel has his scars, but the De Oris now insists that neither can truly defeat the other, that they must at some level understand these limits in their strategies, and their enmity is an eternal engine of the world. Interesting. Well, we're gonna need a new shelf for contradictions. Or I could be lazy and just put it right here. Though actually, I'll put the Ascendant here. Because the Ascendant requires language in order to read. So slightly less useful. Oh, right. And Coquille is still here. Alrighty. I wonder, were there any other things that I had going for Coquille? No, not really. That's unfortunate. Well. End of the day. Have a read of By Their Marks Shall Ye Know Them. You know, I should probably go check to see if I can do anything else with Spintria, because I have so many of them. Well, apparently, we can sell Spintria for pence at the post office. A noble endeavor, she remarks. She hands me 2 crisp pound notes. Wait, hold on! Gold Spintria display scenes that are not visible to mortal eyes on their reverse side. The postmistress scrutinizes the Spintria's surface. A noble endeavor, she remarks. She hands me 2 crisp pound notes. The postmistress, is apparently not mortal. The postmistress is normal. Is she? Is she really? So, next salon. I like how you can only assume she collects them. Yeah. You know, I think for the next one of these, what I'm gonna do is, once again, just sort of make a tasting menu and then see who it would appeal to rather than the other way around. So, okay. First course of blackberries. Side dish of grape salad, apple pie for the pudding. That leaves 1 main course and 1 additional thing, which can probably be a second pudding. An apple charlotte there. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. This random vegetable is potatoes. Spectacular.
Now. A mushroom and potato bake. Neat. Ah. Snake. Unhinges jaw like snake. Fuzzy with teeth like cat. Huh. I don't know what that's referring to, but it sounds very cute. Colors tried out a variation on this as Cucurbit Prison Fare. It was tasty, but allegedly also he was interested in the connection between the modulation of the taste of mushrooms and the suppression of the crowned growth. Okay. Weird. Alright, we've got Forge, Grail, Heart, Nectar. I'm just not going to... Actually, I'm not going to bring up Nectar because no one specifically asks for Nectar. Forge, Grail, Heart. Moon. Scale. Rose. Forge, Grail, Heart, Moon, Scale, Rose. Forge, Grail, Heart, Moon, Scale, and Rose. Dr. Al-Adim. I haven't invited him in a while. I'm just thinking of the cute... Oh, meows too. Like, really tiny. And when they rattle their tail, they purr. I'm just thinking of the cutest creature imaginable. Yeah! We'll bring Dr. Al-Adim. Someone who likes heart. Ah! Father Stanislav. Al-Adim, Father Stanislav. Madame Bechet. Coquille again. Because she didn't say anything last time. And one of the villagers. So.
finally... Coquille, right. There we go. Right, now drinks. Now for the people that we've got, we'll need... That heart drink is already basically done. We can just, for both the villager and Stanislav, we can just finish off the Yannings. Dr. Aladdin will drink absolutely anything provided it's not alcoholic, so for him, we've got a cup of Lapsang Souchon. Bechet wants Forge. And Coquille wants Grail. So, I remember there was a pot of Dawn Lions somewhere around here. Not a pot, but a cup of Dawn Lion right here. That'll do for Bechet. And for Coquille. Fuck it. Let's be funny and hand Coquille an entire small bottle of Ruby Wise Ruin. Oh, and, contradiction? Fear? And... salt. And we can pretty much just skip through this day, because we are running out the last of summer. New incident. Alright, with this group, let's invite Denzel. And he sent ahead a pheasant. Thank you very much, Denzel. I'll make cold pheasant with grape salad for future reference. Affair of the Unfettered Eye. Okay. Masana, a prosperous little desert village that has become, in recent years, a place of pilgrimage. There have been peculiar manifestations there of late, villagers gifted with sight or struck blind. The church has dispatched its representatives to investigate. So this is lantern only, apparently. This one's one with Hokabald, so we're gonna have to... If we want to do this quickly, we're going to have to actually invite Hokabald, which means I have to go get some Orpiment Exultant. Other than that, though, it does not seem like we have to worry about doing this one in any specific way. There are prophecies of the second dawn, you know, of the sun's rebirth. One of those prophecies is of the Unfettered Eye. The Unfettered Eye. It could mean any number of things. The Illuminates of the Labyrinth have asked me to seek wisdom in the other great libraries. I hope that you can help. Right. You want lantern knowledge. I can probably help with that. Locksmith's Dream in Cursus should have what you need. I am inclined to believe that this might qualify as a fulfillment of the prophecy. I had almost hoped it was not, Librarian. When the world changes, it will change all at once. Yeah, it does sound like Arthur works for the Labyrinth of Lions. That was implied earlier as well. In the, affair of... This one, the one with the changing Labite. Arthur implied that he was there on the orders of the Labyrinth of Lions. Yeah, the one with Abacassis. All right, here we go. What? Why are you all sitting at the... That's the wrong table, guys. Add a shout. Kokil brags to Stanislav about the child-eating topiary of her last father's palace. It's not clear whether or not he believes her. Whist. I mean, to be fair to Stanislav there, Kokil has drunk an entire bottle of Ruby Wise Ruin at this point. Kokil and Olympe are comparing restaurants in Tiflis. Stanislav is very patient. Kokil insists that the place has gone downhill since the establishment of the Socialist Republic. Olympe counters that you just need to know where to look. You know what? Okay, that's a spices and savors lesson, which means I can make this easier on myself in the future. Transformations and Liberations has Moth. So... we're gonna do. Whist. There we go. Stanislav and Olympe discuss the hours of the wood. Stanislav points out that monks cut their hair. He suggests, perhaps mischievously, that as a class, they belong to the moth. That's probably some kind of heresy there. Stanislav and Olympe discuss the conversation after the close. Whist again. Wow, this one really likes whist. Towards the end of the meal, Father Stanislav demonstrates some of the signs that he used to communicate with Singlefoots in his travels east of Xi'an. He draws the signs at his plate and wipes them away afterwards. Safer not, he says quietly, unless you wanted to stay east of Xi'an. Crack track. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but I don't even know if it's let me check. Xi'an. Xi'an. Got it. East of Xi'an. Aladim and Coquille are fencing again. She asks him outright about the nature of his longhood. He tells her he found his patron is the desert. He asks her if she is clog relevant. She pretends outraged that he is asking about her age, and will say only that she is less than a century old. Huh. Okay, so Aladim is almost certainly a name of the vagabond, right? Or not a name, a vagabond long. Which, have we seen literally any other vagabond long? You told us you couldn't vagabond long. Yeah. And that gave us pentiments and precursors, which once again hints that Coquille is in some way related to the Hooded Princes and is a pentiment from a previous history. Trist. Denzel is so out of his depth, he has not said a word. Oh. Olympe chats to Denzel about her travels in Europe. From time to time, Denzel says something. Usually what he says is, "Be that so," but once he observes gnomically, "Wonder." lively meal concludes. There we go. Okay, and also... Foresight, regret, and pattern. One time Coquille was crying, and when I asked, she said her family keeps dying, so she keeps getting new family, but they keep dying too. So I asked if it felt like she was feeding family members to the mantis, and she started crying even harder. Do not be mean to her! Okay. Okay, yeah, this'll work. Okay. So, transformations and liberations. Foresight, pattern, regret, and... the curious hunch we just got. Along with a Rites of the Roots lesson. And then the same. Zoom on the memory. Ah, bingo. And now, that we have transformations and liberations at 6 instead of 4. In the future, making Orpiment Exultant should be much easier. Now, we're setting up in herbs and infusions. But there's plenty more that we can do. And I want to bring up some of the lower ones, if I can. Crack Track should be able to get up either Hill and Hollow or Horns and Ivories, depending. I think I'll go with Horns and Ivories this time. So that's going to be just verse. And the Gospel of Zacchaeus, which is somewhere around here. There it is. And Medusa's Lament. And a Secret Threshold. Now imagining a horrible little slug reckoners in the time of the cross, bloated with knives that they push through their bodies to wound whatever would attack them. They eat their enemy through the wound the enemy leaves behind. I like them, though. Huh. I don't know how you come up with some of these things. But that is a neat idea. Okay. Oh, heck. Wait, actually, hold on. On the other hand, 2, 3, 4, 5. That lets me get that out of the way right away. Moon, moon. I've got fear going, so now all I have to do is the ratio quercum again, and we're good. Our knowledges are really starting to assert themselves. There's, aside from sea stories and wolf stories, once we get those up, there'll be only languages left in the 2-3 range. Alrighty. Now. Unfettered Eye. We've got Arthur Thomas more. So now... First off, yes, Mr. fucking Hokebald. Okay. Hokebald, Smokebald. Serena. Strathcoin. And Corso. You know what? Let's make sure that Hokebald gets here specifically on a rainy day. This is Magaphine Mysteries, the Flayed Tantra. I'm surprised we didn't have the Flayed Tantra yet. What a grim and chilly little country. I hope you've prepared a suitable welcome. Yeah, here's the stupid thing that we're dealing with. What? But it says that... It didn't actually say Hokeball. I somehow managed to completely misread it. It's not actually Hokeball. I didn't need to invite the fucker in the first place. It's because, you know what? It's because Magister Hokebald is one of the people who can show up for the end point of the thing. Well, right. DI more. Boss is worried about this Misana site business spreading. I don't see it. That's not a joke. I don't make a lot of jokes. If I do, I'll let you know. Hoping I can find something relevant in the collection. Of course, a lot of things might be relevant. Alright, 5. So you're going to want a book that is 6. You've already read Incursus. I haven't read this one yet. Tell me what you make of it. Well, look, I can't pretend I know what's happening over there, but I'll tell the boss you helped shed some light on the situation. That's a joke. Man of my word, me. I love you, Douglas. You're the best. You know what? Look, this is why you're on the this is why you're going on the Curia. You have the most amazing sense of humor. You're a funny guy. I should tell you something in confidence, librarian. I have long been haunted by a certain dream of eyes. These blindness, these revelations in Masana, there is something familiar about them. I have the sense of a coming resolution. No, it is something else. My dreams will not see daylight yet. Perhaps they never will. Thank you, librarian. Let me just check something real quick. Gotcha. Masana, the blindness, the far side? I smell a watchman's name. I've known adepts who don't believe the watchman has any names at all, besides Sunset Celia, of course. They're wrong, but it can be very difficult to distinguish the names from the hour itself in this case. I'll need to read up. I should have learned by now not to jump to conclusions. It's not a watchman name at all. I think it just might be a name of the Chandler. I had heard there was one out in the world causing mischief. Of course, I'll have to make sure. Thank you. I could just trap Hokebald in this bed. How many times can I do this? Can I just keep Hokebald here until the incident's over? Because that would be very funny. I'm working for the church this time. I've got a pass and everything. They need me to authenticate a manuscript. Mystic illustrations of the unfettered eye. I need to do some cross-checking. That clinches it. They've been sold a pup. Their manuscript can't be older than the 18th century. Maybe I won't tell them that, eh, librarian? Clients don't like paying for bad news. Now, for the winter salon. Ham and cheese toasty, cold pheasant and grape salad. A blackberry sponge cake. Yeah. Go back to bed. I'm just gonna keep Hokebald here until winter rolls around. We do not poach fish in Brandkrog without recalling the Turbo Crisis of 1786, the Turbot Crisis, where Dr. Westcott caught a prodigious turbot and required the kitchen to poach it for him without division, but no vessel of sufficient size could be found to poach it entire. At last they resorted to alchemical assistance. Mackerel, fortunately, requires no alchemy for its poaching. Moli au jus. Cold pheasant with grape salad, ham and cheese toasty, a blackberry sponge cake. And probably one more thing. Okay. Now, what to do about this affair of the unfettered eye? If we went with Corso... I'm gonna go with Corso for this one, which means that for the next salon, I actually think that I should have it be Hokebald, since I've got him already. And if we're bringing Hokebald, let's go ahead and also bring Azita to see if she breaks his wrist again. Yeah, okay. Alright, so Azita and Hokebald. Would that work with this setup? Does anything we have here have edge? No. But we could add something with edge pretty easily. Mackerel and anything intoxicating makes pickled mackerel. Go back to bed, Hokebald. We'll wake you up in winter. Okay, so Azita and Hokebald are in. Who else? The cold pheasant and grape salad, the moli au jus, and the blackberry sponge cake tend to appeal to people who like Grail Heart and Rose, all of them. Let's bring Corso. Corso and Lalahaima. This will be an odd one. Okay. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Hold the phone. I have the funniest possible thing I could do. Okay. So, serpent milk looks like this, right? And Evening Isle's coffee looks almost exactly the same. So why don't we serve Hokebald Evening Isle's coffee in the hopes that either Haima or he'll accidentally drink some of either Haima or Azita's serpent milk. I'll just make some more. Hold on. Perinculate. We need perinculate. So that's 2 things of serpent milk. Corso's gonna want something Grail aligned. So Corso... fuck it, I'll just make a thing. Witching Teasen. And the coffee can still be here. It's just for whoever else we bring along. I'm thinking Denzel. He'll want to see this. This is gonna be funny. Righto. Alright. Let's set Hokebald up for failure as much as possible. Here's what we're gonna do, right? We're gonna set this up so that... There we go. That's how we're setting up the Evening Isle's coffee and the serpent milk. Like that. Peak etiquette. It is the appropriate etiquette for dealing with Hokebald. Yes, yes, I know you're getting impatient. You've been getting impatient. Go back to bed. Alrighty. Now, what we're gonna do is invite Corso a day early. Should be done with visitors. Oh, yes. What? Who the fuck did I miss? Nope, okay. Okay, good. Didn't miss anyone. Which means we should be able... Where is it? Do I have to wait for the whole thing to... What? Okay! It grabbed Lalahaima. Well, good timing. Ah, the Unfettered Eye. There we go. Any more news from Masana? The manuscript was a forgery, sure enough, but the information in it was good. Something funny about that. St. Lucia the Eyeless is behind the manifestations. The Menascate usually charges her with withdrawing the Gift of Sight. Now she's handing it out instead. Trouble in the Mansus, I reckon. Still working for the Church, but unofficially now. Church says the solar hours and names are immutable, right? Well, since the intercalate, and the other changes. Anyway, Lucia's showing an inclination to be mutable, and I've been commissioned to remind her what she should be. Do you have anything on her deeper traditions, or Glazerian lightsmithing, which she's supposed to be the patron of? I actually can give him both of those things. Because I do have a manuscript on the absolute highest degree of Glazerian lightsmithing. And if I give that to him, he would say... Tradition. Big bloke I used to know in Beaconsfield used to say tradition was the democracy of the dead. Used to, because he's dead now. Miss him. But I suppose that gives him the vote. And he liked tradition. And orthodoxy. Look at me getting sentimental. Anyway, I think I know now what the nuncio needs to say to Lucia to keep her clear. But we actually have hymns attributed to Saint Lucia the Eyeless. Oh, hold on just a moment. So, all right, Lala. Where the heck do I put you? There you go. And Denzel's given us mushrooms. Lovely. Thank you very much, Denzel. And now... Oh, we don't need that anymore. We can give our last invitation to Azita, who will be over soon. Nice one, librarian. I've heard back, and it sounds like it might do the trick. First, it's a nice old jolt of nostalgia for her, and second, it reminds her that even the solar hours do change, no matter what the church says. The stories have her sweet on Gearby of the Gate, you know. One day, perhaps, the hours really will set him free again. And that gives Corso Fear Chandler. Lucia the Eyeless will remain a loyal name of the Menace Gate, despite her disquiet over the treatment of her fellow name, Gearby. There's Azita. Pokeball. And Lala Haima. I don't have a main course. Okay. I had thought that was a main course, but it was certainly big enough to be, but that's fine. We will swap it out. This group will probably like this one better anyway. With the stuffed acrid marrow. Here we go. Alrighty, we have Lala Haima, Azita Bukhara, Magister Hokebald, Denzel, and Corso. Add Fet. Corso has bought a Deep Mandaic cylinder seal as a gift for Hokebald. Because, Magister, there are so few who might appreciate it. While Hokebald is thus gratified, he brings out a collection of similar cylinder seals and secures Hokebald's opinion and advice on their authenticity. Ha! Clever Corso. Core card for Gaiety. Denzel teaches Corso a few words of Kernavik Henavik, the ancient tongue still used in some of Brandkrug's village's winter ceremonies. He refers to it as Kavas Maitern, perhaps the king's tongue, and speaks not of it, but of him, as if the language were a living king indeed. Ooh. Thank you, Denzel. Alright, come on, Azita. Corso listens intently as Haima describes a nasty tangle with the Reckoner mobs, the loan sharks of Lifetime, back in the 20s. Add Whist. Corso and Azita are both intrigued by recent government interest in the alchemies of the Sunset Road, and in what that might mean for those who could, say, lay their hands on lost Sunset Road works, even works of uncertain provenance. Fet. Last time, Azita and Hokebald arm wrestled, and though he won, Hokebald's wrist was broken. This time he demands another match. Azita refuses. After some minutes of wheedling, she tells him, with a flash of temper, that the last time she let him win, and he won't be so lucky another time. Hokebald, enraged, refuses to believe her. They spend the next half hour arguing the merits of the unstoppable force and the immovable object. Get fucking dunked on, Hokebald. Loser. Big L on forehead. Fat again. And it's about here, where he's in the middle of that argument, that Hokeball reaches for the wrong cup and downs an entire glass of serpent milk. And then has to, where's the closest place for this? Has to throw up out the window of the church tower. Denzel and Haima sit companionably together as she demonstrates alarming tricks with her knife. I'm taking a screenshot of that because that's just good. That's really good. The blacksmith is just sitting there watching her, and she's doing that, like, you know, that thing where you put out your hand and you the knife game, you know, where you're stabbing between each of your fingers and you're just going faster and faster. But, like, she's going absolutely crazy fast, and she's flipping the knife around between the fingers of her other hand as she's doing it. Yeah, the knife game. The knife game. Is like 1, 2, 3, flips knife 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, flips knife 5. My guests leave happy. I'm not sure about every single one of them, but the guests that matter leave happy. All right. I am happy with the guests leaving. Okay. There we go. Level 5 door and wall. Then we have... Let's see. Right. That'll be 5. That's easy enough. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. That'll be for purifications and exaltations. Right. Then Sacra Lineae. Two, 3, 4. Exorcist's Field Manual. And then for the... that's going to be the Disciplines of the Hammer one. Then... scale. And that'll be that for today. Ugh, whoa. I spaced out real hard there. I know I usually go like 7 or 8 hours, but I might end it at 6 this time. Admittedly, I'm unsure if in the next 15 minutes I want to my good friend GM ConCon is playing Minecraft, but also Copper Dinosaur is playing Alan Wake 2. That said, I don't usually get the chance to raid into Con. I think I'll go with Con. As much as I love Alan Wake 2 and I love Copper. Let me see here. Winter. What's my lowest winter thing? And the final one is sharps, which I'm just going to apply to itself, basically. One, two, three, four. And then at the very end, I'll toss another thing into the ocean. Oh, didn't even need to. A hail will work. Actually, if that's the case, then instead of sharps, I can probably do this. Yeah. Alright, the last main thing I'm gonna do here is set up, as usual, next season's salon. There's our first course. Walls of Ys for the pudding. The main course will be hold on, let's take that this might not be what we end up doing, but we've got this pear pie. Add beef. Oh, I bet we have to roast the beef beforehand, don't we? Well, in either case... You know, I wonder. I'm marinating beef in Thyrza's cordials. end of the season and see what our next incident is. Oh, almost forgot. Oh, heck. We have a box to open. The ironclad casket, a treasure stored by an esoteric anarch on the eve of her failed revolution. What bright treasure? It's a snowy day. We've got the yearly stipend. Wow, we went through a full entire year this session. Oh, it's a Chronsicord. Nice. I'll put that up with the others. The Grunwald provision! Oh my god, it's one of the ones we actually need! Oh, this is perfect. Excellent. After the dissolution of Grunwald's permanent circus, its assets were disposed of by the Bureau. That was during one of the Bureau's occasional funding crises, and the Grunwald provision sanctioned the sale of the circus's assets for cash, bypassing some of the usual checks for oniric hazard. In hindsight, this has started to look like a mistake. You don't fucking say, huh? Well, that'll be something exciting to start next time on. Righto. Well, it's about that time. We are just going on 6 hours, and I'm feeling like this is a good amount to play. I'm pretty much done. Some of my friends are on, so I will raid over to them. Alright, let's see here. We are on stream save 17. Alrighty, thank you all so much for coming tonight, everybody. I'm gonna send you over to GM ConCon, which I don't often get a chance to do, but Con is actually, I was on Con stream for quite some time before starting to stream on my own, and Con has been extremely, extremely supportive and helpful throughout not only the time I spent as a guest, but also in helping me get my feet wet on streaming. So I owe a lot to this fop. I know you'll all treat him right. In fact, I think a number of you that are watching, if like Paint is still here, some of you are in fact originally Con's audience that have come split off to see me as well. and I really do appreciate that. And for anyone who doesn't really know Con yet, well, he will be introduced shortly. /raid GM Con. And there we go. Alrighty. I love you all. It's been a great stream, and have a good night, everybody. And raid.